Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I'm going to make sure that everything's working here. It seems to be. Okay, great. Yeah, well, what a morning, huh? About 50 handles in the last hour on this squeeze. So anyway, to the point, this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I am watching on my monitors is captured on the video, and my narration or this voiceover, it provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. And I try to keep as accurate a chapter markers as I can, because the streams are 7 hours long, start every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, as now. By the way, all times that I refer to or that are on my charts are Central Standard. And the stream continues until 1500, which is the cash close. The reason for that is my commitment to take no trades off of the stream ever, and that is in the spirit of complete transparency and accountability. Now, having said that, I am not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, nor do I intend to do so. As I said before, this is my virtual trading journal. And the idea is it's open to the public for anybody to watch over my shoulder or listen to what I'm thinking at the time. This is my book map where I do trade live funded account in whichever futures via my AMP, fully funded AMP futures account, funded by me, nobody else. And this is IRT. This is IRT, which is my charting package, and any of the back testing or forward testing that I do here. Wrong button, sorry. Or, like the back testing strategies that I'm working on for vetting purposes are traded traded algorithmically here within the IRT simulated environment. So that's a big difference, and I want to be real clear about that. Okay, back to the circling back to the trade or financial advice. I trade live over here, and I trade it openly and anticipate the trades coming and discuss them as I if they materialize. I don't take trades that are not fully vetted, so that makes it easy. I can anticipate when the rules are setting up, 1, 2, and 3, or however it is, and then I take the trade. Then I manage the trade, but again, not for financial or trade advice. And there's a description or a disclaimer in the description here. In furthering that transparency, you'll notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. So any programs that are in use are here at the bottom, as is the computer clock in hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, which can be tied back to Bookmap. Okay. Well, in case you're living under a rock, this is a squeeze a Rooney we have going on here now. That's 6 o'clock this morning, essentially, and there's 50 handles. So the new all-time highs have been jumping up here so fast, I keep moving my indicator up. I've done it about 5 times today. So anyway, I talk about that in a minute. But let's look at the reports now. There are none out today. It's very light. We had a couple, got some stuff out at just basically talking feds, and then the CFTC stuff that comes out on Fridays. This is my original news source, which is investing.com. They only talk about, hold on a minute here. They only cover traditional economic calendar events and, PMIs, CMI, CPI, unemployment, FOMC, that kind of stuff, right? You'll notice it's free. Both of my news sources are free. I keep them that way so that anybody that comes through the stream can have access to the same resources. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. Those have to be paid for, but at least these I can keep free, and I don't mind the ads. I don't even pay attention to them. You can filter both of these news sources out to wherever you are for whatever report you're interested in, and that's what I do. Now, in investing.com, you notice that the event title turns to a URL when you hover over it. So if you want to know what FOMC member daily speaking is about, you can click on that and it'll take you there and you can learn all about it. We are in earnings season, by the way, in case you didn't know that. It's April, right? So this is the beginning of the second quarter, depending on if their calendar or what their fiscal start year is like. Outfit I was with for a long time, as their fiscal year started April 1st. So this would be the first month of their new fiscal year, and they would be reporting the fourth quarter. In most people's, I think in America particularly, this is we're looking at reporting for the first quarter now. Anyway, earnings, not anything real shocking yet, but we'll continue to monitor that as the days go by next week and through the earnings season. Now, the other news source that I do is Financial Juice, also free, also filtered wherever you are. And you'll notice that they are, well, here you go. Let's refresh this. The reason I keep Financial Juice on my monitors now is this kind of thing. The Squawk Box, you notice that there's a post just in from Trump, which obviously can have a market moving impact. That would not be reflected in investing.com. Also, as far as the calendar goes, they pull Financial Juice pulls this kind of thing into their calendar as they become scheduled within the day. This, of course, is 1600 on Friday, so this won't have any market moving impact. But if it were earlier in the day, that's quite possibly that could have an impact on the auction. So I think it's really important to know about those things, and I really appreciate that they do that here at Financial Juice. Now, it's not a financial or not a political comment, but it is a fact that in this environment, as traders, your basic first responsibility is to preserve your account. The only way you can do that is by risk management. The only way you can manage a risk or mitigate a risk is if you know about it. If you know in advance that there is a potential risk there. So if there is a potential that has a huge impact on our auction, I want to know about it. And that's why I appreciate these kind of things. It's got nothing to do with political thoughts at all. It's got to do with trading and risk in our auction. Okay. Pre-market. Well, what to say? There you go. As in the last couple of days, every afternoon in the market wrap-up, I'm talking about the fact that we're closing up here on the highs and settlement is going to be tagged up here on the highs. And in my estimation, we're going to continue up. And that's exactly what we've done the last couple of days in a row. Let me see if I can actually. Well, yeah, I guess so. There's yesterday's, there's RTH, ETH, RTH, will there be some profit taking here? Well, I don't know. Let's talk about that in a minute. But you see the point. It's this is a squeeze, I guess. Now here was yesterday. Here we are trading right up here, way up here above all-time highs substantially. The previous all-time high was down here at 70.92. We're up. We're 60 handles above there, and going. Who's being squeezed out of this? I have no idea. And how that's being how that's being driven, I'm not sure, but it is. And the point is, it's happening. So that's what we need to pay attention to. This is my IRT, by the way. The first thing to note is that the header of every one of these IRT charts has the name of the chart, which doesn't matter to anybody. But most importantly, the instrument, the chart type, and the periodicity and the session. So at the moment, this is my MES and my micro tab, MES NQ, micro ES, high time frame, micro composite chart, and this market profile chart, which is the same on both of my tabs, mini or micro, is always on the minis. I don't change the market profile back and forth between micro and mini. I also plot the same configuration. Ooh, come on. I also plot the same configuration for the minis over here. So there you go. Now back to the business at hand. Starting at the higher time frame, which is important, typically anyway. Here's the micro composite chart, and this is again very simple: instrument, chart type, periodicity, and the session. So these are daily candlesticks for the RTH session. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. When I do that, it generates these red and green volume value, high and low value. Jesus Christ, I can't talk. High and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines, and they push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. Also generates a micro composite VPOC, etc. Now we're going to be another gap way up over here. So huge gap up on the peace thing in Iran. Another gap up, and here's another gap up. Isn't it cute? So, yeah. There we have it. I would suppose that there will be some profit taking. I mean, if I was long from early last night, what are we talking about here? 75 to 70, 75 to 71.47. So there's 75 points. Ups move there. Now, hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. All right. So what I'm expecting here is that there will be some responsive selling at some point to take profit. I mean, you know, I feel pretty bad that I've been standing here watching this market thinking about all these, you know, statistics and whatnot, and I could have easily doubled my account by just putting on a trade since I've been standing here this morning without any heat whatsoever. Well, the only remote pullback was this little hiccup right here. Here, you know, and so far into profit, it's not even funny. Anyway, yeah, out of sequence here now, that disruption. So we have the next order of business is what they're going to do with this squeeze. I don't know. And let's look at I think you'll find it important that we are able to trade today. And the way that works is you have to activate the trade control panel on Bookmap over here. All out of sequence. I'm sorry, I completely brain. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. So the first thing we've got to remember here is that the session prices and the cloud node column. Wow. So here is the high time frame, which is entered by me manually from the micro composite. And I'm busy thinking, look at how many times I've had to do that just this morning from down here. So there's 93 to 47. There's just 50 handles since I don't know, whatever time it was. 6:30. Wow. So here is the micro composite column. This is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically to Bookmap from IRT as soon as they get going. Where we won't see them here now because we've gapped again. These are the RTH volume profile on Delta. Now, one thing about the full session volume profile, this is not the ETH. This is Globex. It started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. Another important column for me typically is this statistics column, where I first determine the open type and then change the column title. And I do that right here like that. But, you know, we've been gapping up for so many days, I forgot what to do half the time. And again, it's higher out of range. How do you determine that? There's only two criteria, and it's simple. Here's, if we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? It's so far below us, it's not even on the screen. And how would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there it is, and here's the previous RTH high. Gap high for the 16th, and wherever we open is going to be the gap low for the 16th, and wherever we open is going to be the gap high. Gap rules once again, and the way I work at gap is previous RTH high or low, in this case right here, high, and current RTH open. These are the session prices pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap, and this is the heat map. No indicators, just price, volume, price-driven, a couple of price-driven levels, and probabilities. There's a Globex VWAP. There's a mid for the RTH, which doesn't look like it's in the right spot. How can the mid of the RTH be above the RTH high? So, and then we have some other levels, you know, that are just driven here by these, associated with the prices. So what we'll do now is we'll clear the notes because those are statistics from yesterday. And then I will pick this back up with the statistics for today, right after I do this thing, which is the snap for the TLab. And the TLab is, as you'll see why I stream and don't multitask well. Just get this done here. So the what I've just done now is the TLab snap, which I do every day at about 8:20. I do two in there, one at about 6 with the reports for the day from investing.com, and the other is the TLab snap, and that is this. It's just a tab I made long ago for a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, and it gives anyone in there access to all the numbers they might imagine could be important to them if they don't already have them. Yeah, and so the TLab is a bookmap. As I said, it's a bookmap Discord chat room. Started and continues to be led by a fella named Tom B, who started trading about 46 or 7 years ago professionally and has traded his own account successfully since, apparently. Seems, I assume. There's a lot of good people in there. There's a lot of good advice in there. There's some good theories. It is not a trade calling room, nor is it a live calling place. So there's that. It's the Traders Lab. It's sponsored by Bookmap, but it is a Discord room. And you'll never, to my knowledge, at least so far to date, you will never be solicited for anything, even a subscription to Bookmap, which is pretty cool because they're sponsoring it and paying for it. So there's that. And that's the TLab thing, which I do every day at 8:20. So now I got to get back to what I was doing, which is the statistics. How do we determine the statistics? Well, we know the open is higher out of range. What's new? Here we were yesterday. Here we are today. Jesus, this is crazy. And gotta reset this thing here. Anyway, here are the opening statistics. There's only 4 types. Here we are, higher out of range again. The way this works is very straightforward, like everything else I do. It's the KISS principle over here. The system looks back at 1,719 trading days, the most recent 1719 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher out of range 427 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 77.3% of the time. Now, the overnight volume point of control is so far below us, I don't know when we get to these levels, to be honest with you. There we go. 77.3. Boop. There you go. That's all there is to it. The next is the overnight high, which is 74.9. And that just keeps getting better. The overnight mid, 66.3. The previous high is 65.6. I wanted to get the IB high on there. Where'd it go? Where's the IB high? There we go, 63.7. Now, this is important for me to get in here for you. 3.7 IB high. Why the initials? Because remember the definition of the initial balance, high and low. They are nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. However, now, the reason for the initials are the minute we open in a minute or a couple of minutes here, price is going to jump up here to our current price location. And when it does, the IB high will be above and the IB low will be below it. So there will be nothing, no flag at this level. And I'll wonder why. And I will know, huh? Pretty clever, huh? Previous POC, I want to see that one, is 30.4. Wow. Okay. I do the same for the previous POC because that changes. I also have a naked volume point of control for it set over here in the micro composite column. I'm going to leave that alone and get back to, we're going to open in 2.5 minutes here. Let's see what else we have. This previous close, can we find that? That's 48.9. Well, let's see if we see it. Previous close right there. Okay. Overnight low. Ooh. I can't imagine we're going to get there, but who the hell knows, huh? Who the heck knows? Let's put it that way. 36.3. All right, that's got to be enough. So the statistics are in. They're up for the date. And let's get back to the important part here if we have time, 2 minutes, where we are able to trade. The way to trade with Bookmap is you must, God darn, I wish that wouldn't be going over there. You must activate the trade control panel, which keeps jumping to the wrong side of the screen since I moved changed my layout around. I don't know why, but that's irritating as all get out. Anyway, what you need to do is you need to select a way you will trade with your mouse and the application. Now that I don't have a dome on here anymore, I don't have that option. So the only option I have to trade with the mouse in this configuration or this setup is the chart column. That means the only place I can trade with the mouse is in this active data column. Then I need to jump up here, make sure that my trading stats is on the right journal, activate multi-brackets, which is where it's 30 seconds to, anyway, this is the this is the package size, this is the ticks and stop and ticks. Risk neutral package is risk neutral at T1 is for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively, and then the runner. I'm hurrying up. I'll get back to it in a minute. I want to watch the open. And there we go. Now this says we're open, and this doesn't say that we are as far as the computer clock goes. I give up. First it won't do it on time, and then it won't do. Now it's ahead of time. Jesus, criminy Christ. Okay. I didn't even look at the volume. Well, what we're going to do now is we're going to, volume's about 76%. So, okay, great, marvelous. I'm going to change the IRT quickly to full session, or RTH session from full session. And you'll see the big gapitosis over here. You can see what I'm doing. There's our close, there's our gap. There's our ridiculousness. I'm going to change this to, there you go. Again, yesterday, gap. Savvy, I think. Come on, shave up. Come on, please. Yeah, attaboy. Big gap, big lag going on here. There's going crazy. Let's get to the RTH tab and change these. I mean the mini tab. And this is okay, that's okay. Get up here a little bit. And I'm going to have to shut her down and spin it around again for the lag. And they're going to still go up, right? They're not even, something's off. The data is completely goofy here, as you can see. This has got such a lag behind it, we don't have accurate reporting here. Now let's get back over here. So, yeah. There's our highs. Overnight. Oh, man. The hell was that? What's going on here, but I'm not liking much of this. I can tell you that right now. There we go. Yeah, well, here's the, so here's RIB low, RIB high, and it's, you know, heading up. They pulled it back to this, whatever this value is about. And let me continue a little bit about the trade control panel. So after selecting the proper bracket order, and for the reasons that, you know, I stay every day, so why bother? Hey, Antonio. Bon dia, what a crazy day, huh? Yeah. It's amazing. It's 55 handles since I've been standing here in an hour or so. Crazy. So quickly then, in order to, once you have selected the bracket, stops for the package, the first T1 is for half the package, and for the positive number of ticks as the stop is negative, then there's a runner. Okay, we got that covered. And now is not the time to be figuring out what your stop ought to be. After that's done, I have all of my metrics up here. I don't need the trade control panel anymore. I can turn it off. I now get my real estate back, and I have cancel and close and the metrics, and here we go. So we can trade. Boy, that was a lot of work, it seems like. And now let's get Blue Boy on the job. Come on, you lazy devil. There we go. Blue Boy. A real highly complex NASA-developed indicator called a vertical line, which I just smack on the first print of each session. That way I can glance left as the day progresses, and as long as I can see Blue Boy over here, I know that I have the full session in view, so I have a firm understanding of context. And if you think I'm lying to you, somewhere around here, there you go. There's the first print of the overnight. Look at this stuff. Boop, London, hello. And there, and so on. So here we have $1 high. We've got Blue Boy on the job. Looks like everything else is, oh, I know one thing I need to do. This useless. Cover your ears, children. Their daddy could start swearing a lot here in a minute. Boy, this VWAP is irritating to me. This, yeah, I'm not even going to bother talking about it anymore. This thing is supposed to reset and continue merrily along as it was designed to do forever, right? It doesn't want to do that anymore. The Globex one works perfect. It's not, anyway. I just have to do that every morning. The problem is, after years of it being automatic, I don't think about it right away. Shoot me. I'm not sure how I like this new configuration. The idea was I got rid of the dome columns, which had a duplicate price. They had to bid the offer, and then they had buying and selling, right? So they had this column, plus two others. I thought I would get more real estate, better use of the real estate. One price column is all I need. Here is the stacking. These are resting orders at price. This is the liquidity. I think we're okay. I'm hoping. Hey, Anton. Boy, huh? I hope you were up at 7:45. You're up about 50 handles. I've got to stop and think about this whole stream story because for example, the last 3 days in a row now, I've in the the market wrap up, I've pointed out the fact that we were closing right up on the highs, and that I was expecting the ETH would open and continue up, and up is kind of an understatement for it, I guess. But I wouldn't consider it a trade because it's off the stream. I'm not sure what to do, and I'm not actually trading efficiently now during the day either. So, yeah, I got to get this dialed in, and got to get it dialed in quick, or I got to go do something else. Anyway, we have had one hell of a squeeze, which still brings up the question. Hi, Panda. Yeah, Antonio's here. So is Anton. Isn't he cute? I'm getting the stare. Don't talk to me and smile. Give me some snacks and immediately. Remember that this is the full session POC. The muted yellow and the brighter yellow was the RTH. This is the RTH VWAP mid Globex. This is Globex, and again, this full session is Globex. This is not ETH. And this is not in the right spot. Doesn't look like, does it? There we go. Well, open. Oh, there we go. I can put my little open on here. There we are. So what we have now is, Jesus, another frickin' gap. Whoa. Gap high, 170426, baby. And what does that mean? That means gap rules for the umpteenth day in a row. Yeah, you want to say bon fin saman. Yeah. No, you don't speak Portuguese. Neither do I, but I try. Well, let's see here. Long window. That might help if I got that straightened out. Blue boy, opening print, what we're doing. RTH volume profile, RTH delta. This is the new and improved layout configuration. I think I explained that enough. There you go. That's it. That's it. I know I sound like a stuck record here. Yeah, it's a squeeze. I got it. Right? Here we are. Gap, squeeze, gap, squeeze, gap, squeeze, gap. I got it. I still want to know who's being squeezed and by whom. I guess, my only assumption is that retail is banging on each other. Higher time frame is banging on each other. I don't imagine that this is the previous high of the day right over here. All-time high right over here on the 28th of January. Am I in the right window? Yeah. And this is the micro, okay? I'm pretty damn sure that nobody within the sound of my voice has been holding a short through all of this. Maybe. Maybe there's a lot bigger maybe retail has a lot deeper pockets than I associate with it, with them. And I know there's hedging, which I still don't. I guess maybe that's the big point I'm missing because I'm not. Yeah. If in fact, so if they're hedging for this up move on the squeeze, this is somebody buying all these things, meaning somebody's on the other side of all these things, of all these contracts. Maybe it's a little too complicated for this old cowboy. That could be what it is. I suspect that's it. What do we have here now? Let's see. We must have a whole bunch of volume. No, not really a lot of liquidity laying out here. We're still okay with our heat map. I try to keep this heat map as uncluttered as I can, just FYI. No news on the horizon today. And of course, who the hell knows about geopolitical stuff? That's obviously the driver this morning. This huge pop right here was on the fact that America is going to free up $20 billion in frozen Iranian funds in payment for, this is a proposal, in payment for, or in, exchange for the enriched uranium supplies, or, stockpiles, which last September were all obliterated, if you remember. So I'm guessing maybe not. Look at this. Look at that. Crazy, huh? I don't keep a lot of market profiles drawing just to keep the... And look at the singles. Every one of these gray levels here, and you see that? Yep, every one of these gray levels is a string of singles, which have not been revisited. So... We're 15 minutes in, and I'm probably way behind on all this other stuff. Let's see what's going on with this thing. Well, got to get down here a ways. Got to get rid of the gap. Yeah, 16 minutes. Well, of course. Just to clarify, this is a non-responsive full session chart, which is so weird. The green lines are the high and low of London. The red are high and low of Chicago, or this current session. And there's a couple of gold ones over there to the left if this everything ever starts being responsive, which are Asia. So this is the opening range trade based on some simple parameters. I've also done a bunch of work late into the night when I should have been just throwing a trade on and letting it run, I guess, rather than worrying about statistics. The other vetted trade is the initial balance, which also is, clear off the map up here. There we go. That will become active at 9:30, which is, remember, the definition of the initial balance is the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So this will continue to move up. This will go down for the first 1 hour. And Panda's going to chew my leg off here in a minute. I can tell by the look on her face. I better get over there and see to the snack attack for her. I'll be right back.
slow computer.
All right. Ran across some interesting stuff last night, which ended up consuming my focus for quite a while. Thank you so much. Stupid shit. In addition to my many, my many wonderful talents / psychosis is, besides being dyslexic, is like OCD, I suppose. And see if I can figure this out. Want to get us up here where we can actually see what the hell is going on. There we are. So when I tear into something, it's like a dog on a bone, you know. And I came across I don't know whether either of you or anyone within earshot here, I guess it's just the three of us, looks like, have any, I'm sure you're familiar with Al Brooks. Oh, look at here. Well, there was an IB low quickly. Now that is, of course, not an initial balance statistic because it's only, 20 minutes in. But they're at least pushing out the envelope a little bit. Better just get back to paying attention here until I talk about it later. This is that story that had such a big pump on the market. This is just the, I'm not going to scroll down there. And then, of course, Netanyahu's all over the place about how we're going to continue to bomb everybody we can find and whatever else. God almighty. It's crazy. Pretty crazy. This is a little kind of a misleading title statement there. It's apparently somewhere or another, somehow or another, there's America has control over 20 billion of frozen Iranian cash or assets, according to this, right? And here's a new one I didn't even see till right now. Anyway, good for everybody. Yeah, good for everybody. There you go. He's getting a lot of mileage out of that, isn't he? Start a war and then go march around pounding the drum about how you're going to end it. Wow. That's one for the books, I guess. Yeah, it seems to me like, anyway. Light a fire and then brag about being a great fireman because you put out the fire. And here we are back to the, whatever this is, back into this range in the IV here. I mean, in the overnight. See if we can get this down here a little bit. other set right. This particular opening range setup that I've been monitoring kind of is real simple, just two rules. Bar opens inside the opening range, which in this case is stipulated at 5 points. I've changed this to a 5-minute instead of the 2-minute original one. I'm not sure whether that, think about that, but, and then it closes outside, so that would be the breakout. Then the trigger is that the bar, or a bar, opens out. In the case of an up move, the bar would open above, wick into the previous range, and close above the open, outside the range. In other words, a negative or a bear bar closing outside the range wouldn't qualify as a trigger, if that makes any sense. I'm not sure it made any sense to me, but you get it. And I have not just changed this around last night. I'm not sure whether the 2-minute or the 5-minute or some other kind of minute matters. I can change this stuff around. I'm just thinking about that now. I can actually change this because the next thing I wanted to show you guys doesn't happen until, isn't applicable. So you see the difference now in the 2-minute bars as opposed to the 5-minute. There's been 2 triggers. This one would have been a stop. So lucky me, lucky. This one is so far profitable. And I think I have another idea here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I have another idea that I'll talk about in a little while. That a further filter here. So yeah. Oh, sorry, wrong freaking window. There you go. Change this from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. And I'll tell you why in a minute. Anton, I'm sure that you are up early or whatever else and are working these, or maybe with your options from late last night with the call or something here on this kind of big squeeze events. I should have been doing that instead of doing the homework I was working on. If I'd have just thrown a trade on before I went to bed and then taken it off, I would have essentially been double the account. You know, I got to get the priority straight. I'm wondering in my own mind if this analysis and strategic, watching for strats and trying to vet trades and all that is kind of a manifestation of some form of analysis by paralysis or something. I don't know. And I am obviously not qualified for psychobabble, so. Just shutting IRT off and rebooting it here. Just get rid of these freaking lags. I was trying to show you something. Asia was essentially not particularly profitable. This squeeze took off in London. So 4 in the morning ish. Oh, well, here you go, boy. Trump is coming out with them right, left, and center, baby. Israel won't be bombing Lebanon any longer. Truth Social. Cool. Iran deal is in no way subject to Lebanon. Truth Social. No money will exchange hands. There's a lot of stuff going on here this morning. I'll tell you, it's a busy weekend. And great, you know, I mean, give the devil their dues. If they're able to figure this thing out and there's some net positive in the region, that would be just really great. Interesting how those poor sons of bitch Palestinians have just been, I haven't heard one word about Palestine in I don't know how long. And of course all the focus of the entire world is off of Ukraine, which is also not good. You know, that's a real big not good. I don't know, you know. So anyway, let's see what happens. See if IRT comes back to life here. We're going to get back the nuclear dust created by our bombers. Well, that's pretty nice. They're prohibited from bombing Israel by us. Wow. Huh? I bet Netanyahu was chewing nails over there now being told that. Great, but, you know. Let's see. This is Friday into a weekend. Let's see how this all materializes. And, you know, fingers crossed, by golly. That would be pretty super. And we're, you know, banging out, we're knocking on heaven's door up here for another all-time high to push it up based on all this news, I suppose. Okay, now what I was trying to show everybody was this is that 24-hour 3-session chart. So here is the there's Asia high and low, London high and low, London high. And low, and went that either. And here is the so far here's Chicago. So if you were up around whenever time this is, if you were up about 2 in the morning when London kicked off and got a long off and then went back to bed, you'd wake up a pretty happy camper. What are we talking about here? This is about 780s and 7140 up here somewhere, so 60 handles. There you go. Now it's working, and it seems to be. It's so weird. It must be something to do with the memory, I guess, and the big volume push. Speaking of volume push, what's been going on here? We were up to about 89%. Last night, I took a screen snap of this before I went to bed at whatever time it was. Oops, that's not it. That's the wrong. Something's going wrong with my thingamajiggas here. These are a bunch of things I'm going to talk about this morning to you guys. But where is that snap? That's not it. I don't know. It's a 4% anyway. I can't find it. Something's going on with my snag it, I guess. So we've got some volume back in the market. We were down in the 40s, 50s, 60s yesterday and the day before. We are, you know, to the moon, Alice, over here. Get volume points of control. And I have the current VPOC based on yesterday and the day before at 760, 75. I think I need to change that on my other side. And, you know, they just keep making new all-time highs. 482 of them up there at the 50 handle. Wow. Look how far down here the MCVPOC is. Look at that. Jesus. Pretty crazy, huh? New territory for me. I'm sure Tom's got some great philosophies about what to do on this thing, but obviously, in my opinion, there's only one way to handle this kind of story, and that's if figure out a way you can get on it and do so. What else are you gonna do? One thing I would strongly recommend against is trying to pick the top. That would have that stepping in front of a freight train feeling to it. Now, obviously, hindsight is ever so clear. This first opening range, particular opening range setup, stopped out right there. If you are, you know, if you subscribe to the probe the market philosophy like Tom and a lot of guys do, and I believe is correct, this one is just stellar. You're on the right side of it. It's working your way. You're approaching, well, you're probably already at, or pretty close to T2. And what a pleasure. And it couldn't be much simpler or much more simple. We've got an opening range now of about 40 handles, so yeah, that's our, well, 30. An IB of about 30, not opening range, I'm sorry. I guess any excuse you can use to convince yourself is a get on spot is a way to go. If you want to call this a bar trade, there's consolidation, breakout, big V reversal, and up we go. You know, I don't know. I didn't, of course, and stand. Wishing I did. Let me just make sure that everything is normal here as far as, seemed like that was kind of a hurried pre-market setup and stuff. Let's make sure I got the brackets are in place. Yeah. Gonna change the multi-brackets around. I'm gonna change my risk neutral package around a lot. I think that's real important. I came up with a way to systematically analyze the risk on trading for the account based on burn down and all that stuff. We'll talk about that in a little bit. What have we done? Well, the only statistic we've taken out so far is the overnight high. Is that right? Can that be true? Yes, it is. So this is another one of those essentially gap and goes. There's our open. Swing high, swing low, up we go. Now the breakout reversal that I was looking at last night, this is classic. The opening range above the first bar, the swing low, or swing in the opposite direction. You can go either direction, obviously. Below the first bar, and then the reversal, and up you go. And the breakout, if you wanted to be real technical about it, the breakout right there of the, when you break out the high of the first reversal. And obviously, that's a classic. That would be a classic one for rearview mirror people to be using as an example, because it is textbook. And up we go. 7160. We're going to get in the 72s here, you know. Couple 100 points up. Wow. Pretty darned amazing. This is the, now I'm already starting to think about this, which is not good, but since this is my journal, I need to be getting these thoughts into the stream. I'm looking at this day and I'm thinking, boy, this is the day that I don't want to take an initial balance and have it signal an initial balance failure. You know, how embarrassing to take a stop on a day like this. Now, that's my thinking. Not valid. Certainly a monkey boy. But I'm aware of that, so I wanted to express it. And I guess that's probably my fear, at least, with getting on any kind of a trend is, wow, everybody and their dog is on the right side of this thing, and how could I possibly not be, kind of a thing. Well, who's rich somewhere else? Let's see. Nothing going on. And here, I guess, would be another bar trade, right? Another bar setup. Consolidation. Breakout. Retest, breakout, retest. I don't know. I think maybe I have a negative personality or have developed something. In trading, I always had an inclination towards shorts. I realize that they have a limited upside. Obviously, you can only get to zero. And by and large, markets go up. I mean, I was just laughing this morning. The thumbnail for this stream has the ES at 4,200. Something I was looking at the other night or last night, the ES was trading at 2,500. So yeah, goes up and to the right eventually. But it's always seemed to me that the market goes up to go down and kind of takes the stairs up and jumps out the window down. Seems like. And the gap rules were in force, of course, but so much for that. The gap rules being that if we close the gap relatively early in the session and are accepted in price in that previous value or range, it's a high probability we trade across it. Well, this is a gap and go for the second day in a row. Isn't it? And here's the VPOC migration. Now, this would lend itself well to the bar trade setup long, assuming that I could trade any one of those. Well, assuming that I could trade the VPOC migration profitably. It's pretty textbook looking here, where it pulls right back to the ETH high in this extreme low volume node here. And this is the ETH all-time high, and of course the regular trading session boys and girls, they couldn't let that alone, so they had to put in their own high. So let's do that. And that's also something that is pretty widely understood, I think. $17.0426 RTH. Whoa. Why is that? What's going on? Okay. What's the deal there? Top blocks. Okay. Oh, wow. Look at that one. That ruined some days right there. About 443 of them. My goodness. Here we go. Everybody's got got the boat loaded to the upside here. I just trying to get things straightened out as far as charting and everything else. Hopefully all of these tweets and things that are driving this market are true. Let's hope. For the better of the world, right? And not being facetious. This is an extreme opportunity for Monkey Boy to come out and play, and FOMO and chasing and all of those things to jump up and rear their ugly heads. And I'm, especially in my case, because there's clearly no, the vetted initial balance trade is 20 points below me. And the opening range is still, were I on it, is still plugging along over here. Up, no problem. But the IB trade is nobody home. And yeah, really disappointing. 9:45. There's an interesting statistic which I bumped into last night. You may be interested or not. Today is not much of a. Today's like a Captain Obvious. There is the probability of the high or low of the day being in place obviously changes as each bar progresses in the session. There's 81 5-minute bars in an RTH session, and the cache anyway. So at bar number 18 or 23, depending, 18 for sure, even more likely at 23. There is a 90% probability that the high or low of the session will be in. So depending on, is already in place. So depending on where you are in the profile, that's a pretty good statistic to lean on. I coded it up, but I don't want to disrupt the opening range thing over here because it's already in a trade that's moving along nicely. And if I change the configuration around, that's based on 5-minute bars instead of 2-minute. The indicator that I have, which is this thing here. So there's the 20-minute, there's the 20th bar, but you see this is not correct because it is now, these are 2-minute bars and not 5, so. But that's that's courtesy of Al Brooks, if you know who he is. A lot of interesting statistics. The opening type, this opening type today was textbook from him, which I have never really paid much attention to him. Last night I went through a couple of old webinars. I meant webinar. And I pulled all of these snaps from that, which I'll put into a document like I did for the bar trade thing. Some of them are pretty eye-opening in terms of like the open probability and the stat that I just said about, you know, the bar number 18. And, anyway. But if, you know, everybody's making money and got their own trades, that's great. Remember, I'm trying to figure it out for myself. Now, here's a bar, here's a breakout, there's a retest. That's clearly what that is. There's a distribution, there's a breakout, here's a retest. The theory would be to go long in the direction of the breakout in the market. What happens to me typically is that there will also be a lower breakout and retest. So not necessarily the first one is the one to tag, and that's something I haven't vetted or no, but you see right there, if 70 would be the mark, essentially. Two things happen in my mind psychologically. Monkey boy gets going. How can we keep going up? You know, I keep saying there's going to be a pull. In my mind, I keep thinking there's going to be a pullback for profit taking and whatever else. And, you know, the guy who's late to the party is the guy that goes long here. And then, you know, what a wonderful feeling to sell the top of the day, or to buy the top of the day, the high of the day. Now, this is pretty classic, I think. Bar, breakout, retest. Not much meat on the bone to the high of the day, 5 points. I would think better of it if it were to pull down to the low volume zone, or the low volume area, and then back up, I think. Guess. Oh, I'm looking at the right one. Here's what I'm talking about. The bar, the breakout, the retest, and what? Here comes the helicopter. Comes the Iranians in their Hueys. So we will be fast approaching that 5-minute 18 bar statistic zone, and here we are back at the retest here, right? Now there's another, you know, price pattern, which there's the high. We didn't make a new high. We've got the low. We've got the high. So what we basically have here is an M pattern as opposed to a W. And the conventional wisdom is to go short past the center there. I think probably shorting this market might not be the right approach. But my monkey mind says, how in the possibly world, how can you keep imagining this is going to go up? This is working out well. There's one stop. Oopsie doopsie, wrong mouse. Oh no, that's right. There was one stop here, and then the second trigger is miraculous. Or I should say paying out anyway. There's that low volume note I was talking about. Here's some of that profit taking I anticipated, or my monkey mind was thinking about. And as both occurring just as we approach the 10 o'clock mode here. I don't have the send to the damn thing. Stupid. Food? That's pretty weird. So we're gone 10 o'clock. That means the first. Actually, I can probably turn this off. I don't need this one. That statistic I discovered last night is turn this off. Don't need it at the moment. Delete. Okay. Clone. So what that says is that 5 minutes chart from 2. So that'll change all of this configuration down here. So there's 5 minutes, huh? And on a 5 minute, you see the difference with the periodicity, which is surprising actually to me. There is no trigger on this bar trade, the original thing down here. Turn that off and that off. Oops, and that off and that off. Then here we go. So this is the high and the low of the first 90 minutes. And why I'm not seeing bar 18 is 90 minutes and bar 25, the difference is 90% probability and like 93 or 4. So I've put the bar counter on here, which will display the bar at 20 bars. So the 20th 5 minute bar. Well, if you had to guess which one of today is a pretty duh moment. If you had to guess which one of these would you say was going to be in place, I'm guessing it's low. It's kind of like the initial balance trade, but in a more normal environment, which we haven't seen in quite a long time, it's meaningful. It could be, I think. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff around that. But that was the statistic. There we go. Yeah, so there's the 20th bar. And that is, there's about a 92% probability that the high or the low is in for the day, for the session. And I would guess it's the low. Now, the trade concept in a normal market or normal session environment, if you're assuming it's the low, you can, buy a pullback. Looking for the breakout of that bar and put your short below it, and your stop below, and you're going to either it's going to make newer highs, or it's going to stay within a trading range. That's the probability. Whether any of that makes sense or is actionable, that's a different story. And this is the weekly market volume profile, by the way. In case you forgot that. So that's the statistic there, a newer one, which will be the basis for some other ideas. Hopefully a vet, and I still have not been able to figure out. And here we are, there's the breakout, the retest, breakout. Here we are back. How do I programmatically define the bar or the consolidation on which the breakout and retest is based, which seems to be a real profitable trading strategy for a number of people. And it works, you know, I hate to say it works okay for me when I backtest or replay a trade from some ancient session that I certainly don't remember. Now, of course, right here, one of the key things that's been pointed out to me on more than one occasion is you've got to put your stop down where the setup absolutely fails. So that, in this case, would be way down here. Well, that's 10 handles. That doesn't work in my world. That's something else that I noticed about Tom Hogarth and this new guy that he has helping him out now with their, you know, the school run trade, or this new thing they call the espresso trade, which is, both of them are opening range breakouts based on different opening range sizes. But the stop is 30 points on the NASDAQ. And I'm talking a mini, not a micro. Now we have the VPOC migration. So the first one was epic. Will this one work? Am I on the right? Oh, I am even on the right window. What a miracle. Was this a megaphone that we have forming up here? We got lower highs, higher lows. Not good. Yeah, there's the VPOC migration that I remember. More than one person talks about it. I mean, it is so clear, but this to me makes a little sense because there's a low volume node there's a test back. Will we trade back up to it? I can see that working out. It's nothing I have vetted, so if I took it, it would just be a discretionary Hail Mary. And then in the back of my mind is always, you know, price check it out 3. Just what's it down there? 15 handle. There we go. Need to take my car for service. They keep screaming at me, so I'm gonna have to. Not the appointment's for 1 o'clock, so my thinking is I'll dust out of here at 12 like usual and zoom over there and then hightail it back down here, drop it off, hightail it back down here and then go pick it up after the session. Is the thinking. They used to give you rides back and forth, but I'm not sure they do that anymore. It's not far. It's about a 4-mile walk or something, which I do all the time, so. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Like, subscribe. Thank you. Contribute to chat. Tell us your top secret, consistently profitable setup. I would really appreciate that. I need one of those. Big bull bar coming down here. Well, we got some big low volume nodes down here below us at the 58 handle and below. Right down at the IB high. Look at there. Is that a single? Probably. $71.56 is actually a string of singles, according to IoT. Remember that the string of singles means single prints. Volume can do this stuff because there could be a hell of a lot of contracts trade that single print, but the prices never come back over it again. That's the whole concept behind a string of singles. Well, so was that the price check down there at the frickin' ledge? My favorite? I guess so. I would have expected to test this liquidity, but that's what I get for thinking. Maybe. Got a pretty flat top. Is that actually me, right? Got an absolutely flat top on the NASDAQ. Been hit 1, 2, 3, 4 or so times right here, but well in above value, assuming you could want to call it value. Typically, as I understand this, don't do that. In a trend day, which is pretty much what we've been having here, there's no value. It's price discovery. They're looking for value now, and if you look at this plotting of the value area and the outside value area is because IRT is only looking at this in terms of the numbers for calculating the value area and the extremes, which is 68%. There we go. I thought they'd get down there and touch that. You see there? Who's your day? Now we've got lower lows and lower highs. They're still not down to the IB low, which is that string of singles. The 60 bounce is nice. $385 stops got cleaned out on that one. I've seen a lot of trading action on out of the static group. I suppose TLab is hot and heavy. Actually, I haven't seen one. I've only seen one post. Maybe they're just so busy making money they're not posting anything. But Justin just posted he's got a pair of break evens this morning and is done for the weekend. Have a good one. And actually, those are the only one from Lefty, and that's the only tweets or only traffic in all day over there. So everybody's got something better to do. Shorting this seems to me like just the quintessential fight in the trend. Though we are having lower lows and lower highs. Well, what does that mean? Reversal, I guess. Is it at all? It makes perfect sense to me that after 2 or however many days this has been, well, all week, of straight up that somebody'd want to take some profit going into the weekend. But then I clearly don't understand how this market really works, because I can't figure out who in the hell has been sitting short since January. So there you have it. Not proud of it, but it's the truth, and this is my journal, so I'm talking out loud to myself. The purpose of the narration is to get what I'm thinking into the stream, right? Because this is my virtual journal. So it doesn't certainly equate to interesting streaming, but it's what it is at this moment. And nobody wishes it were the other way more than I, so you can take that to the bank. You know, and like right this second, Monkey Boy starts talking. Oh, come on, you know, I mean, let's just throw one on there. Throw a short on. It's lower highs and lower lows, and here we are at the top. So, you know, is it just, is it sell the pops, sell the rips, and buy the dips? Is it, you know, and I have to be real aware of that and not act on it, because that would go against what I am trying to hold the line on, only trading vetted trades. My problem is vetting the trades, getting enough vetted setups that I have something to trade. That's why this bar trade looks like it's frequently happens throughout days, and that's why I really want to try to get something around it. So we'll see if I can figure something out, or, you know, pay somebody, steal something, whatever. At this point, I don't care. I just want to have a verified setup. Oh, well, there's the second one. And it didn't matter, just took a full stop, so there's the second post. Yeah, trading in the direction of context, but, you know, so what? Took a full stop on the 3 lot. Entry at 65. And that didn't make any sense. How can that be a stop? His screen snap doesn't make sense. I see the orders, but there's no. There is no. Oh, wait a minute. 11:15. 10:15. Oh. Okay. I see what happened now. His entry was here. His entry was here. Didn't get scaled. Got hammered. That's that. Good stop location, though, actually, if you stop and think about it. It's below all of these lows, but not down here to this big liquidity. So, there's that. And if you're just, looking at it purely as the market stands right now, we got lower lows and lower highs and lower lows. Context is, of course, to the moon Alice. And all-time highs, and we're gonna save the world and everything else is gonna happen rosy. So it does make sense to be going long, but getting on them is, I don't know either. I don't know. Oh, I forgot I could do something there. See what's happening in the TLab. Well, somebody's getting bunch of triggers at 60. Oh, Tom's streaming, I forgot. Yeah, never mind. It will be pretty quick. Mean reversion, ooh. I don't know that, I guess, yeah, okay. Well, this is pretty boring for me, and I'm sure for anybody else, but I don't know what to do. I have no setup in the world that would say get along with that right there. I don't even have a non-vetted setup that would call that one, except maybe the a real wide loose description of the VPOC migration trait, which, as if you're ever here, that is probably the worst performance setup I have tried to vet and use. Not that it's not going to continue plugging up there, though, and take out a new high. I wonder if somebody said something else. Well, we got a whole string of talking feds today, and then we've got Trump speaking at Take something TP USA. What is that? Turning Point. That's the thing that Charlie Kirk guy started. But that's at 1600, so that is not going to be bothering us. have a really hard time taking breakouts. That's one of the things that bothers me about the opening range trade. Typically, is it's a breakout trade. I was just thinking about the video or information webinar thing where I was picked this info up. One of the comments was when that high of the bar is taken out, then by the close of the bull bar that took out the level. Well, that's just about as straight up breakout as you're going to possibly get, and that's a hard one for me. For me, I don't know how everybody else is at taking breakouts, but and I realize that's the whole. You know, that's a valid methodology. I'm not saying anything about it. It's just I'm talking personally. And there we go. Speaking of breakout, here we're going to do that in about a blink of an eye. Well, there's that breakout we're talking about. And I'm guessing the 80s is on the cards. That seems to be where they're going. We got 332 of them up there. I don't know what to do, what to say. And then you run into the another thing about the breakouts or entry, having to do with same thing as entry location. Is, leaning on the idea of an asymmetric trade location. Well, any kind of a breakout is about as far away from that as you're going to get. Shorting up here is an asymmetrical trade location. But if you are working a breakout in the direction of the trend, in order to be outside of the recent traffic, you've got to be clear down here with your stop. Now, so, that's about as far from an asymmetric location as you can get. The short would have been. You put it one tick above that liquidity and target the VPOC. I guess you're scaled anyway, but it's in the opposite direction of trade and it doesn't make any sense to me. So I just don't see common sense entry locations around here. Down here? Yeah. But this down here didn't make sense to me. And I stand. Lamenting the fact that I'm not trading. I can't figure out any way to reduce risk more to where I'm just throw them on and to hell with it. You know, I don't know what to do. Not sure what to do. Oh, look at that. Bingo down to the POC and then right straight back up. Roger that. Well, yeah, I'm actually on hold on a phone call, so I'm just monitoring here to on mute for the stream. Well, okay. Something. Okay, so I have just had a couple of real interesting calls. That is probably only interesting to me. Look at us go. More upside. Can you believe it? Well, this was quite the bar test right here, huh? Boom, boom. And up we go. I don't know why I don't have what happened to the all-time high up here? I had one up here, where'd it go? Or isn't it? What's up? Something happened. Huh. Something weird going on here. I'm not sure what the deal is here. But I'm going to do this right here. And I'm going to change that to be the correct RTH. I don't know whether it's a... I hate it when that parallel universe thing starts happening to me. So, boy, oh boy. Dancing around that migrating VPOC, and I am not one to get involved with that, as you I'm sure know. So Antonio, if you're, no wait, you're on the stream, never mind. So, so buy the high? Maybe not. Well, what are we doing now? I have no idea how to deal with this. I mean, yeah, don't have any idea how to deal with it. The breakout concept on the 20 bar is that once that high is broken out, then it's long. And I guess having taken this down here up to the 81 says there's 10 handles, right? So it would have been viable. And they keep making new all-time highs, so I guess all is right with the world. Well, now we're heading into the 12 o'clock hour. There's the ever-present possibility of the 12 to 1 stat, which is probably, the way this is going, will probably happen. I guess I should have listened to the statistic that I pulled together last night about this 18th bar. And the breakout of that range. The problem with that statistic is if you basically, let's maybe look over here. This might be easier. So there is the high and the low of the first 18 bars, and I've rolled it to 20 to add it's 50% at 18 bars. It's but somewhere between 18 and 25% at 20 bars. Probability that the lower high of the day is in, and it ought to be pretty obvious that would be the low. Then there is a statistic that says on the breakout, whenever this is the situation, on the 5-minute bar, you close the close of the breakout bull bar, which is right here. Actually, could have been right here, really. This is more of a bull bar, in my opinion, than this one. You went wrong. And in this case, what is it? There's the close of 77, and what are we doing now? We're trading up here at 84. Okay. So, it's working out. What the statistic actually says is that there's I think a 90% probability that this will never be reached. So you have the potential of the breakout, or if not, because this will never be reached, it will be a trading range inside of the parameters here. Well, that's all well and good. And actually the quote was, and you put your stop below the low. Well, this is 17 and this is 74. It's damn near 50 handles across there. That's a pretty wide stop. And or if the breakout doesn't work, what are you going to do here? You know, and it starts doing this pullback and trading range. I understand the fact that you can, you know, sell the tops and buy the bottoms within a trading range. Trading range is the way to do that, but it's too rich for my blood. 50 points, not ticks, points is too rich for my blood. And very definitely not an asymmetric trade location. These other numbers don't have any meaning to me. They are just the only RTX thing I couldn't figure out how to just have it put a number on one bar. So there you go. Trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. I've got to get the car up to that dealership for 1 o'clock, and they just let me know that I have to stay there and wait. And they guaranteed me 1 hour. So, you know, fingers crossed I'll be back here by shortly after 1400 for the, you know, rest of the stuff in the market rapids. Or we'll see. I'm at the, what are you gonna do? I'm at the mercy of the dealership. Mom?
slow computer. Slow computer.
All right, so I've got to take off for this appointment for our vehicle here, and I will be back hopefully within about an hour. So they say. Got a picture of that. Look at here. Well, we took it up there and all the way back down to the IB high. Didn't expect that one to happen. Let me see what's going on else. Yeah, it's a real good day to be careful. Anthony, I'll try to monitor this thing from the phone, but you know how well that works. So if I don't get back in time and y'all leave and everybody else, have a great weekend. Watch your risk, right? This is one crazy period of time here. And thanks for stopping by the stream. If you don't hear from me again before the stream close, and I'll be back Monday morning at 0800, but I'll expect to be back in about an hour. Turn off the trade control panel so Einstein can't do his trading, and I'll be right back. Well, I love it when a plan works out. That was pretty incredible. They said it would take an hour, and it actually did. So here we are. What the hell has happened here? What'd you guys do? I leave for a minute and you break everything or what? I forgot to leave this on Bookmap. I saw that from the car dealership, but there was nothing on my phone, but there was nothing I could do about it. Hi, Panda. Yeah, I know I've been away and you're probably starving to death. I got it. Okay. What a day, huh? Boombity, 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 boombity. Okay, maybe everything is not as phantasmal as they would have us believe. Well, and of course, here we go. 60% of enriched uranium will not be transported out of the nation in any way. So, yeah, I was kind of wondering if Iran's foreign ministry, we don't support what the U.S. officials and their media are proposing regarding the Iranian nuclear dossier. It's what I thought was probably, I hope I articulated it properly. I sometimes Truth Social Boy gets ahead of himself and he puts out a lot of stuff that doesn't turn out to be true. So that's probably what's going on right now. They're going, wait a minute, maybe that's not the deal. I don't know. You know, like I said, I really would hope against hope that it was all true, but it seemed pretty far-fetched to me at the time, and still does. So, what, Bandadanda? What, baby girl? So here we have another trade, but nothing happened. No signals there. What happened over here? Well, we got up to here and got a little bit of profit, but not very much. And then boom, boom, down she came. Okay. What, Panda? Are you glad to see that home, huh? Or are you glad to see me home? Was it terrible? Did you terribly miss me terribly? Okay, I got on my official trading gear here. A pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Now I'm ready to roll. I can't be trading out of uniform, you know. It's against the rules. All right. So, what in the heck has happened? Well, we're back and forth all over the IB setup. We've had a rational exuberance extraordinaire today. And I will just imagine that this could blow up and Be the straw that breaks the reversal's back here. You never know. Let's 1400. Okay. So now let's do what we're going to do here. So the time to kind of roll into the business strategy and the back testing. And I promise that I will make a video about this weekend so that I don't do this every day at 1400, but that it's available for anybody that might be interested in back testing or properly vetting a setup. First of all, I approach the market as a random environment with the next trade being statistically proven 50-50. The market can only tick up or tick down. Right? That's all. It can't go sideways or, oh, this is great here. I don't know what that is, but that's not good. It can't tick up, can't tick down. It can only tick up and down 50-50 like a coin flip. And there are millions of participants all expressing their opinion at any one time. I don't know what's going on with Bookmap here. So trying to predict what the market is going to do, I don't think is probably got a high probability of success. Let's put it that way. Man, this thing doesn't want to do anything. I can't get it to do anything here. Let's just hold on. Well, Blue Boy, there he is. There's Blue Boy. So, here's today, just basically. This is the context from open until present. Now, what the most successful traders in the world do or I've learned from them, not directly, of course, but writing or speeches or whatever else. In lieu of being able to predict where the market's going, unless you're some whiz-bang that works at the CME or something, the best thing to do is identify a regularly occurring situation or strategy or pattern for which you can identify specific criteria that justify an entry for that particular pattern or strategy. And then you capture a statistically significant data set for that pattern and its criteria. And you go through the rigors of back testing, and this all needs to be done away from the live market, of course. You go through the rigors of back testing and determine statistically and mathematically if that particular pattern and rules has a statistical edge or, expectancy or whatever you want to call it, or not. What I've done here is, this is an example of that exactly. The initial balance strategy. Now there are two initial balance opportunities. Let me start over. There are two initial balance statistics every day, every trading day, and there's two trades associated with each one of those statistics. There's the initial balance, the price comes up from the bottom, takes out the initial balance, goes on to the continuation zone, pulls back to the trigger, boom, and up she goes. Continuation, IB, initial balance continuation. The opposite of that is price comes through the initial balance, doesn't get very far, comes back down to the trigger zone, to the pullback zone, trigger zone, and back to the center or mean reversion. That's an IB failure. And there's each one of those for each of there's a continuation and a failure for the IB high and for the IB low. So that gives you 4 opportunities in one day. And it also gives you an opportunity to trade on a trend type day, which would be the IB continuation, or a balanced rotational day, which would be basically a mean reversion trade, or the IB failure. So that's what I have attempted to do here. And all of these rules are just, when you do something in the computer, it's, I'm sure there's plenty of people that hear this that code much better than I do. So it's just, falling on deaf ears. But you have to spell out and specifically tell the machine what to do for every instance, right? And that's what this part up here is housekeeping. This is rules, and this is trade management. The chart over here, unfortunately, we didn't take any trade today, so I can't really. Yeah, that we did take one right here. Let's look at it if we can. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, frankly. This is how it would be graphed, and this chart has got nothing to do with the system over here. However, I can send the results of this system to this chart so that I can visually identify that things are happening as I think they should. This doesn't look like they should because it is. Let me just see this here. This looks crazy to me. I have to look at it closely, but that doesn't look like it worked properly. And let me stop right here and explain once again that this back testing or forward testing here in IRT is all done within the IRT simulated environment. All this data, the rules, everything, the system thinks it's trading exactly if it were on my live AMP funded account, which is over here on Bookmap, but it doesn't go anywhere. It stays within the IRT simulated environment instead of being pushed out to the market. Because I don't know, I'm not completely confident that I have the next step worked out right. And it's like I'm telling you honestly here, it's fully transparent. That doesn't look right to me, and I'll have to study what's going on with that. We'll do that in a second. But I'm fairly confident that this particular backtest system works quite well, and I'm able to identify an edge. So I think this is, I'm 99% sure this is when the data had a problem. Okay, and when it refreshes, it's like going, where the hell am I? Kind of a thing. But we'll see. Now, these lines and levels on the chart are just custom indicators that I created, and as are these these signal markers, trigger and the B and the A and whatever, are just there's the A, clear over here is the B and the trigger. And that's about right. Because of all this happened first. So anyway, the reason I did this was because I realized in order to backtest accurately and identify an edge, you can't have any discretion. Every rule has to be executed precisely as it is written. Or you have to change the rule, or you throw that particular trade and backtest and data set out of the sample set of the occurrences because it is not valid. It's apples and oranges. It's not all apples. So I realized quite simply that in order to get a data set large enough to be outside the possibility of normal random distribution, I would have to do this programmatically with the backtest engine. Now, random distribution can be best explained as a coin flip. Everybody knows that a coin flip is essentially 50-50. But if you flip a coin 10 times, I I don't think anybody is going to be surprised that there's more heads than tails or tails than heads, one or the other. That's called random distribution. Doesn't mean the coin's not 50-50. Doesn't mean the probability's not 50-50. Doesn't mean the coin's unfair. It means it's random. It's a random distribution. Nobody in probability says it's got to be one after the other. Heads, tails, heads, tails, heads, tails. That would be almost a bigger anomaly than random distribution. But anyway, so you understand that. What I do then to backtest is I backtest 500 days, and this will be around 800 trades or more. Now, imagine that you're going to try to go back manually every 30-second bar and validate if all of these rules are happening or are tests. These are Boolean rules, by the way. If they test to true or false, every one of them every 30 seconds for 500 trading days. Impossible as far as I'm concerned. So what you can do here with the backtest engine and IRT is go like this. And there you have 499 days, 226,560 bars, back-tested in 9 seconds. Every one of these rules evaluated every 30 seconds, and it took every 30-second bar, and it took 9 seconds to do that. Now, that's how you can do a backtest, I believe, correctly. And why this is being so playing hard to get here, I don't know. There we go. So 876 trades, $15,050 gross. Longs, shorts, maximum favorable excursion per day, $216. Maximum adverse excursion per day, adverse excursion per day, $42.50. If we look at it on a little more granular basis here, there's 536 winners at $31.58. That's $31.58, not $75, because we are trailing 2 entry when we achieve T1. That's how I have the code set. Losing trades are full stops. There's 149 of them at $12.60. These are average, right? There's 41 consecutive winners in a row and 5 consecutive losers in a row. And if you notice that 536 and 149 is 670, 85, and there's 876. The difference is scratch trades, because these are stops, losses, and these are wins. The zeros or the scratch are the difference. Now, this is the report where I can drill in to each and every 800 and however many trades there were. I forgot, 872 or something like that. Every trade. So the first trade was on March 15th, 2024 at 9:52 in the morning. It was long. Took a stop. The next trade was at 10:45. It was a short stop. Next trade was the next day. It was a long. T1 stop. T1, T2. You see, every one. How many contracts? Symbol, price, outcome, outcome, expense, and then the outcome in dollars over here. There's the $75 for each and every trade. Then, last but not least, if you want to make yourself feel good, you can do this, and this is the equity curve for the back test from the beginning. Come on, man. Yes. This is so, there you go. This is the back test for the equity curve. That is essential. That is, in my opinion, the way that you have to, when you hear somebody say, I vetted a trade, this is what they had to have done. If they looked at 6 trades last week, that's BS and bust tickets right there. So that's something, if somebody starts telling you or saying, well, this is a vetted trade or this is a structured, trade, or I've done the stats on this, ask them, how big was the back test, over how many days? How many trades did that involve? Was it curve fitted or not? Did you do any fitting or customizing curve fitting? And if somebody says, oh, I manually look back a month, well, go, okay, fine, thanks a lot. Because I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, if a human being tried to scroll back and look through all these trades, you would not take the rules specifically. It would be, oh, that's close enough. Well, this is okay. Or, I'm sure that's just human nature. Maybe not even intentionally, but that's what you do. And then I take this whole story one other step. Hi, Panda. I know you're down there. I didn't miss you. I'm just talking. Take this one other step, and that is this way. Let me just finish this, Panda. Yeah, okay. And I take it to this level, which is each one of these lines or rows is a back test. And all of the pertinent data is entered here, and then there's calculations done on them. Computations, right? So, for example, let's look at one that's I know is probably a good one here. Let's look at 0048. Okay, here's one. Let's, for example, randomly, an IB trade, 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, no trail. 498 days, 598 trades, 216 long, $68, 150, $30, 55.2% probability, 44.8 expectancy, R value, or R factor, risk to reward. All the way across the line, including, if you want, standard deviation, Sharpe ratio, Saltino, etc. That is, in my opinion, the only way that you can actually really properly vet a trade setup. And I have to do lots more than one. That's my problem at the moment. I have one, this one. And you see that I'm doing the opening range thing here, which has just started back on the 15th. Also, there's some other things you can do here that you might find interesting. There's my sizing calculator, which systematically tells me when it's time to size from micro to mini. This is a rather new one. This is risk. Based on what percentage of your drawdown or your account size you want to have, that you want to work on, and which value and which instrument you want to do, it tells you exactly how many consecutive stops would be required at the parameters to get to zero or to burn down. Then there's the recommended risk per trade. And if you trade 50% or whichever percent I put over here, it'll tell you the probability of 25 consecutive stops in a row. Pretty handy. What, baby? Stand by. Pretty handy tool. Geez, I can't talk and look at the cat and do things at the same time. So that's back testing. And I'll just, the reason for my adamancy about this is, well, anybody I know that trades professionally, from Tom the trader, the Hogarth, or Tom B at the Traders Lab, and all the way up to Jim Simmons, the most successful hedge fund owner or manager in the world, they all say that's the only way to approach it. And they're in all different markets. Tom Sosnoff, Mr. Options, he says this is the only way to do it. Trying to predict the market or, trade solely on discretion is a disaster, they say. So I'm trying to align with that. And also, on top of all these traders with that frame of mind, this is the business model of a casino. So that's why you see a lot of stuff, YouTube around Be the House or Trade Like the House, whatever. That's what they're talking about. A casino will play no game on the casino floor for which they have not pre-identified specific rules, and that game has a specific edge, expectancy, whatever you want to call it. Then, as with the top traders' recommendation, when that game is put on the floor, the only mission in life is to trade it of the casino is to trade it, play the game as many times in 24 hours as you can. And that, in so doing, you're leaning on the law of large numbers to manifest that small percentage of expectancy or edge to your bank account and multiply it via the law of large numbers. So there you go. That's also why you don't ever see the dealers or anybody emotional on a casino floor. They don't care. They don't care if they win or lose. That's not the object. The object is to play the game as many times as possible. If you want to piss them off and see an emotion, do a bunch of stupid stuff that holds up the play of the game. Then they're going to get mad at you because that's holding up the number of occurrences that they're expected to generate in a shift or in a night or in a period. So there you go. And, oh, man, it's already gone 8:30 here. Holy smokes. Well, let's do the market recap then. It's market recap time. Okay, there you are. Everybody dance. We're to the moon, Alice. It's, I moved these all-time highs up so many times I got tired of doing it. Well, we're up at 71.85, and we were down at 70-something last night. So it's been a phenomenal. Knocking out the door and everything else. So it's been one hell of a trend day and one hell of a week. I mean, look over here. Look at this. Do you think that that's going to continue? Does anybody think that's going to continue? I heard a statistic today, which I have not verified, but for the NASDAQ, this is the ES, but similar. This is the longest consistent green day streak since the 70s. I find that a little hard to believe, but that's the statistic they were talking about today. The guys at Edgeful, actually, Andre at Edgeful was talking about that. So, and if you stop and think about it, the market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, I guess. And, I would say that this market has done all of this on these tweets about how everything is wonderful and everybody's agreed to everything. But when you look at the news, well, we don't know what you're talking about. We didn't agree to that. I don't know. So I'm not, I am hopeful that those tweets, frankly, I don't care who put them out, Trump or the man in the moon. I hope it's the truth because it's a disaster what's happening to those people. And I am a human first and a trader probably second. So that's important to me. But I am very skeptical of it because our history with him has been not good, that he says this and he says that. And, it goes all the way back to the election was stolen. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And pretty much nothing that's come out of that's been put for, let's say, a majority of information or data that's been put out is not true. So I'm skeptical. It's Friday night. We are in earnings season. Let's see what we got going on for reporting, numbers, etc. Well, I said we're in earnings season. Next week, what do we have? Well, next week, Monday, we've got nothing. I find that hard to believe. Tuesday, retail sales, core retail, pending home sales, lots of stuff. Wednesday, crude only. Thursday, continuing jobless claim, PMI, S&P manufacturing. Not any really big numbers out. I mean, we don't have the CPI or any of that stuff. And this is Michigan is out, which is a big one on Friday. And earnings, of course. We are now in earnings season, which is a pain in the butt for me, I think. Okay. There's today. Let's see what's going on next week. Rio Tinto. Well, I hope they do well. This looks like mining and airlines. GE Aerospace. I don't see any biggies, do you? So we're in earnings season. Now, this is investing.com, which is my usual go-to news service. Both of these that I use can be filtered to wherever you are, and both of them are free, hence the ads. And if you notice on investing.com, wherever you hover over an event title, it turns into a URL so you can read what that report is all about. The other service is, look at Meta. What the hell happened to these guys? That thing took off like a rocket for whatever reason. Meta board layoffs in May, plans layoffs in May, and job cuts later. So the market thinks it's fantastic when unemployment rises. That really irritates me, you know, that it's a good sign for the company when they fire their employees. I understand the thinking behind it, but and then Zuckerberg or somebody or this whatever is being paid hundreds of millions of dollars a year, for example. That rubs me the wrong way. Anyway, enough of that. Here is Financial Juice. They have a calendar also, but they also bring into this calendar, as it's scheduled through the day, this kind of thing, which is not in any way normal financial report, but everybody knows it could certainly have an impact on the auction. Fortunately for us today, this is at 1600, so the market will be closed. So what? Might have impact on Sunday evening when we reopen, but there you go. And then over here is a squawk box. So this is where we'll have the market on close and balance at 1450. Sorry, I was gone now and then, but I, had to go service the car. Nothing I could do about it. Have to work on their schedule. Yeah. Look at that noise. So just a little overview of the stream, as I have said a bunch of different times today. This is my virtual trading journal. I start the stream every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning with a pre-market and set all the software up, etc. And then I stream live all day until 1500, which is the cash close. The reason for that is I have a commitment not to take any trades on the stream, off of the stream. So they will, and all of my trades here are live, my live AMP funded account, and they are fully transparent, leading up to, in anticipation of, and execution of, and trade management of every trade. And then at the end of the day, I make a copy of this screen grab of this entire view, which would have all the trades broken down in extreme detail here. Completely transparent and accountable. That's my goal. This is my journal after all. Who am I trying to kid? Me? You know, does that make any sense? Not even if you say it fast. So there we are. And we're going to have that market on close and balance in about 2.5 minutes. And then the stream is going to go poof at 3 o'clock. These are the session prices, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And I share these with anybody that would like them. It's a link that goes here that you put into from Google Sheets that you put in the Cloud Note column or this indicator or whichever software you're using, and free. So I start pushing them continuously from Sunday evening at, take care. Have a great one yourself. I hope you had a good day. I was kind of crazy here today for me, but I hope you had a good day. I've got some interesting stuff about those statistics I got last night, like the 18 bar and that kind of thing, which is pretty amazing. At least I thought so. So there you are. If you could use those, let me know. And we'll stand by here for the market on close and balance. And hopefully all of this news that's been, being tweeted all over the place has some element of truth associated with it so that it is, in fact, improves the situation of those people. I do, the irony of the fact that 2 months ago, there was no issues in the Straits of Hormuz or with the Red Sea or shipping or bombing or fertilizer or oil until a couple of guys got together and decided to bomb the hell out of Iran. So I still kind of wonder, about that. I'm certainly not a politician or a diplomat, but you have to kind of wonder, I don't think it's necessarily sound logic to light a house on fire and then put it out with a fire hose and call yourself a great fireman, kind of a deal, kind of a thing. And maybe that's just me. Hey, Anton, have a great week and enjoy yourself. I hope things improve in... I saw some crazy headlines about Ukraine. Zelensky agreed to something that surprised everybody, but I haven't read the article or anything. It was early this morning, and I was trying to get this straight. I hope that the intense focus on the Middle East and Iran does not jeopardize the situation on the ground in Ukraine. The attention span of some of the people in power and the news the brevity of the news cycle is pretty breathtaking sometimes. Very definitely. Very definitely. So I will be making some changes to the way I'm approaching the markets and perhaps even the stream over the weekend, and then I'll talk about it on Monday, but I have to make some changes here for sure, and not sure exactly what to do. One of the big ones is the commitment to take no trades off of the stream. So like every ETH the last 3 days, essentially, first part of the ETH, or at least London, has been just a no-brainer, throw on a trade and up she goes. And I pointed that out in the in the market wrap-up, that anytime we close up here on the high, and especially settle on the highs, that says to me that there is an unfinished auction. That's not the case today at all. But the last couple, 3 days, that was the case. And that it just seems that I have recognized that it is a case when that happens. And when the overnight, when the ETH session opens, it just continues on. The auction continues. It's like an interruption in the auction. But I just stand here and watch them and shake my head because I would have to throw another stream on. I don't know whether to put a regularly scheduled ETH stream on. The problem I'm having is that a lot of that movement, let's see something here. A lot of the movement is in London and, of course, U.S. I mean, Chicago, but not necessarily, come on, man, not necessarily Asia. And don't know how I don't think I can be getting up I get up a little before 5 now usually, and then trade through the day and, work on homework and strategy and stuff at night till around 10. And I don't know that I could start my day at 2 in the morning, which is basically what London does. So, here you go. This is Asia, the high and low of Asia. Here's the high and low of London. And then we have, up to here, yeah. And then we have Chicago here. These green lines are a little bit, let me just go, there you go. The red is Chicago, or US, whatever you're going to call it. That strategy, part of that stuff, I made all of those screen snaps. I'm going to try to put them into that a document on YouTube. I got hundreds of, well, not hundreds, but all of these are from a webinar of Al Brooks. Real interesting stuff that I'd never really listened to before. And that's where this story comes in. This is the high and the low of the first, in this case, 18 bars. This marks the 20th bar. At this point, there's a 94% or greater than 90% probability that the low or the high has been made for the day, for the session. And the idea of taking the breakout of the 20 of that level, you take the break, you go long, for example, at the top on the close of the first bull bar that breaks out, not the wicks. That would have been up to here from 74 to 85. And you have a 90% probability that because of this, of the low down here, that you're either going to continue in a breakout mode or trend, or you're going to just enter a trend environment, which is what they did. I mean, a rotational environment, which they did here, a trading range. And that's what they've done here so far. Interesting. That's kind of interesting. A lot of interesting stuff that I hadn't really listened to before. So there we go. We have long gone past the breakout or the market on close imbalance, and I didn't even notice a hiccup over here, so I apologize, but I'm assuming it's not much, and it's not. Sell side, 289 million. Buy side, well, it doesn't say buy or sell, but I'm guessing that if there's no signal, it's got to be buy. That's unusual. Oh, I see why. There's no order imbalance on the NASDAQ. I've never seen that before. And sell side on the Dow, sell side on the Mag 7. And let me just point out to you how insignificant those numbers are compared to 2,800,000,000, 1,613,000,000. This was yesterday. So this is like chump change, you know. That's amazing. This was 1.6 billion. Today's 0. So there you go. All right, we're going to shut this mess down at the top of the hour. Got about 2.5 minutes. I hope you have a really great weekend. I hope that some of this stuff that's been, you know, tweeted comes to pass. It turns out to be real just for the sake of the globe and the humanity in that region. That really, you know, it's just terrible what's happened as far as I'm concerned. But I'm not going to talk about it anymore. And I will continue to be doing back testing and homework and decide what I'm going to do about the stream and how I'm going to do it in the, you know, in terms of changes or scheduling or something. And then I'm going to try to have a good weekend. On top of it all. So we've got about 1.5 minutes to go here, and let me just say that here's a perfect example of what I was saying. This just hit financial juice. Trump shocked Netanyahu, who with the Truth Social post stating that Lebanon strikes were absolutely prohibited by the U.S. And Israel immediately asked for White House for clarification. They had no idea that that was a thing, had never agreed to anything, nothing. And this is what happens when, you know, certain people... Maybe we ought to change that big thing about don't let kids have cell phones. Maybe we ought to do something for people his age. I don't know, you know. I can't say anything because he's not a hell of a lot older than I am. But this is what I was talking about, which has me very worried. You know, I was trying to not be political, but this kind of stuff is worrying, huh? And if you remember last September, bunker busters and the complete nuclear capability and program of Iran had been completely decimated, quote unquote, by Trump in a speech and in tweets. September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 6 months. Huge nuclear problem. We got to blow up the country and do everything else. So we attack them with Israel. So which is it? You know, that's the problem. And there we have 1,500. Yahoo Buckaroo. That marks 7 hours and 32 seconds on the stream. Tune in Monday morning at 0800 for the pre-market. If you are getting the session prices, like always, I start pushing them at 1,700 on Sunday night. I would really advise monitoring the news over the weekend and, you know, positioning for what may or may not happen on the open Sunday evening. If all of this crap that's been tweeted all of today goes pear-shaped over the weekend, this thing right here could go right back down there where it started quicker than you can say don't. So, you know, I could point you to one tweet back here if I wanted to scroll back there. I mean, one day where a tweet at 10 o'clock on a Friday morning dumped the market 229 handles. That's right down there. What it is there's 7162, 60, 70, 62, 69, 62, so at least that much. One tweet, you know? So be careful. And I'll do that, I'll make that video about the back testing because I think it's better to do instead of doing that every day at 1400. Have a great weekend. Get away from the screens. Do something healthy. Remember that you are the most important tool you've got in your trading office. All the time and money we spend on monitors and software and hardware and, you know, indicators and webinars and all that stuff is useless. Your eyes take in all the data. Your brain processes the data and uses that to make financial decisions that affect you and your family. Monday morning, do me this favor, if you don't believe me. Monday morning at 8:30, close your eyes for 5 minutes and do some trading and tell me how it works out for you. I don't think it's going to be very good. Have a great weekend. I, the great and powerful Oz, am out of here. See you.